So comfortable, and no one seems to hold me like you do. You're so wonderful. A star could never shine as bright as you. Shine as bright as you.
Hello, welcome to Monday Night Sprints featuring Leandra.
Hello.
She's been absent from my channel for too long. We were just saying that.
Yes, we've rectified the situation.
We've rectified it. We have. Welcome. Happy April 1st. Right? It's not an April Fool's.
Yes, no, this isn't. You're here. It's true. We are sprinting. We're not just going to suddenly go offline and be like, bye.
Bye. Yeah. So, what are you up to tonight?
Well, I have a few things. I've, of course, overbooked myself, but the first thing I need to do is I'm doing a buddy read with Danny from Danny Dabbles, and we're reading, it's called Cascade Failure.
Ooh.
It's like a sci-fi adventure. I know. Isn't that really lovely?
That looks like I'm so intrigued.
I know. And it's like this dilapidated, but it's so colorful.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's been a few books that have caught my eye with this style. I feel like that maybe there's some sci-fi or fantasy like artists that are leaning into this kind of look, this aesthetic. Like I like the color, the tones. Anyways, yes, it's pretty good so far. There have been some elements where we're not sure if it's meant to be a found family or if an orgy is going to happen. Like I literally don't know what's going on. Like actually, yes, overbooked, of course. Like, yeah, I just
you're gonna have to change your channel name to just Overbooked.
Yeah, honestly,
how is the channel not exist yet?
There must be someone.
There must be someone has to have it.
Yeah, if not, like those who are looking to start a channel, maybe snag it because it's actually a really
right.
Great yeah, so I have 2 pages for that I've got to read, and then. I'm thinking about either switching to an audiobook that I have on the go or starting The Dry by Jane Harper.
I've heard good things about that one.
Me too. And a few people have recommended to me lately, like, and everyone that's Australian, actually. Like the people who've recommended to me are Australians, and I'm like, okay, there's something here. Like obviously they think that this is a good depiction of an Australian mystery. So I'm thinking about
Australian, right? Jane Harper.
Yes, yeah, and I think that's why they feel good about it. They're not like, hey, read this, Australian mystery by an American. Like, ooh, nice. Yeah, so I'm in between doing that or returning to an audiobook that I already have. But what are you going to be up to? I see you're editing.
I am. I really need to edit my unhaul and potentially put books up on Pango tonight. Like that's the big project. I have 2 boxes of books here. I unhauled 60 books.
Oh
you haven't
my
seen
gosh.
This. Look at this. My shelves go up to the ceiling now.
That's lovely. Yes. You got a ladder. Do you have a ladder for them?
I have a step stool. Because I am a short queen.
Good.
Yeah, so I bought the like extensions for the Billy bookshelves. And I took every single book off of my shelf and then like cleaned everything, rearranged it, like things are in different places and put it all back. And in the process of doing that, I was like, am I going to read this? No. Do I need to keep this that I already read and gave it 3 stars? No.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, I think that's the nicest feeling is when you unhaul a book. You're like, I've read it, but I know I do not need it any longer. Right. And you just put it to the side. I can see you've got some room in that back corner.
Oh, so I have a lot of room now because I have a lot of I front faced a lot of books. So like it looks full, but really like I have room to grow.
Yes, nice.
Which is a good problem to have.
Exactly. For maybe future book hauls. You never know.
There's one of those coming too, because I wanted to film my book haul before I cleaned my shelves and put everything away so that way the books didn't get lost in the shelves. Because what I do is I just have a cart, and as I haul, I just put them on the cart. And then when I haul, then I do the haul video, and then I put them on my shelves. It's been a system that works for a year or so.
Yeah.
But I didn't, because I was like, okay, well, I need like there's series in here. I need to make sure that I keep like I save room on the shelf for this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we did. So even though the book haul's not coming out for like 2 weeks, it's filmed.
The dream. I honestly, I aspire to be you, having so much things ahead of time. Yeah.
That's funny because I'm literally going to be editing tomorrow's video.
Okay. Honestly, even the queen of being ahead shows that she's human. That actually maybe that's what I
filmed
like
out of order.
Yeah, there we go. Ahead in other things.
I truly did not think it would take me all day to do this, but I started on Margaret's Sprints at 9 a.m.
They don't like you talking down about yourself. They're like, hey, the process takes some time. Like, it's okay.
Seriously. The problem is that our back door has light, like it has a window on the top half, but they're not tall enough to see. So if they hear like a tree branch or something, they're like, oh my gosh, someone's coming to the door.
Yeah, they're like, we must protect the house.
Yeah, no, anyways, I started at 9 o'clock in the morning. I finished at like 12:30 at night.
Oh my gosh.
It was such a long process. And really, I'm not even like completely done. I'm waiting on a couple of things. I'm getting one more because I actually added another shelf to this. So I'm getting one more extension. And then I got now I have like a wall that has some like, it's an empty wall. And so I'm getting some artwork.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then I put my fairy lights back up on the shelves. So, but that vlog is going to come Saturday. So you'll get to see it. It's a part bookshelf reorganization, part I read Godkill in one day.
I'm speechless in the best way. Okay, I can't wait.
Hello, lots of friends. Hello, I think I'm going to be starting Keeper of the Lost Cities. Nice. I'm going to be writing, and then I might be reading Ruthless Vows. Becca, are you doing Camp Nano? I'm in a 3-month reading slump. Oh no, that sucks. But you know what? Like sometimes your brain just needs that like reset time. So sometimes you just got to lean into it or like reread a favorite book or something. I don't know. Also be reading Carnival of Curiosities. Nice. Listening to the Kingdom of Copper for a read along of the David Bad series. I love that series. I still need to finish it, but I have loved what I've read.
Ooh,
it's just
that the City of Brass. Is that?
Yeah, it's the first one.
I have to read that this month. So.
Really?
Yes, because it was chosen for me by Joe for my Meet the Booktuber, and I was like, okay, I'm reading fantasy this month.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, that's a really good one, and I would say that it's a pretty accessible fantasy once you get past the first 100 pages.
Okay, so take my time.
It starts out kind of slow because they're actually like in Cairo, but then once you get into David Bad, like it really picks up, and like you're just following the two characters, and so it's pretty accessible. It's not like you don't have a huge cast that you're trying to like pay attention to.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. With it being YA fantasy as well, isn't it?
It's not YA.
It's not. Okay, that's good to know.
The characters are a little bit young at the beginning, but it's not a YA book.
Okay. Oh, okay. Going in with the better mindset. I also have the audio, so I'm going to be immersive reading it just to make sure I can pay attention. So okay.
The her writing is so gorgeous. It's a way that's very descriptive, but in a way that's not purple prosy.
Okay. Good.
But there was one area, or there's one section that like she spent half a page talking about how the rain was hitting the tin roof, and I was just like so immersed in it.
Okay.
It was so beautiful, and I was like, love this. I love this.
Okay, good. Well, I'll let you know what I end up thinking about it.
I just haven't finished Empire of Gold because it's a doorstop of a book. It's like 800 pages. Like,
oh, good. I'm glad that Joe is making me start a series with chunky books.
Yeah, absolutely. The first one I think is only 500 and something.
Yeah, I have the physical book somewhere, And I was like, okay, it's a lot for me because I
Yeah.
don't really tend to read books over 500 pages, but I'm willing to do it.
However, we can appreciate. Do you have the paperback?
Yes, I do.
Appreciate the flop of it.
Oh yeah, I've been
such
throwing it around and
right?
flopping it.
It's such a floppy paperback.
Yes, 100%.
Yes, it's so refreshing. Am I like staring at it being like, I have to put all these books on Pango and that's gonna suck? Yes. Hello, gonna be lurking in the background. Absolutely fine. Wanted to say hello. I might pop in the chat from time to time. You're always welcome here. Either just lurking or being active, whatever. Thank you. They are Amazon. I just forgot to take them off after work. It's fine. I have The Survivors by Jane Harper, which I got from Book of the Month some time ago. Okay, that's the one I think I've heard of more so. There are a few overbooked booktube channels. All right, none of them have been active in the last year. There you go.
Maybe they've been overbooked.
They're overbooked.
Yeah, they're still working on that issue.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'll be filming tomorrow's video. Listen, I'm going to be filming Thursday's video tomorrow. The only reason I didn't film it this weekend is because it's going to be my Our Fantasy TBR, and that just came out today. So I still have to make that TBR of 25 bucks. I don't know, something like that. I did want to ask, my book club is reading a cozy mystery this month called For Whom the Book Tolls. Leandra, as the mystery expert over here, have you read this?
I haven't, but it's a play on who is that? Ernest Hemingway.
Oh yeah.
Tolls. So I'm imagining it's like potentially like obviously a biblio mystery. So it sounds fun. I'm imagining there's gonna be a librarian, a writer in it.
Ooh, yeah.
But I haven't read it myself.
All right. Yeah, I haven't, but I love how cozies do their puns.
Yes, always a good pun, and always like some hobby or passion that's like hyper focused. So if you're into that passion, you're like, yes, give me all of the references.
I think the one that I read it so long ago, like even like before I started book club, but I still remember like this coffee shop. It was like a coffee shop murder mystery. I don't remember who wrote it, but like I still remember parts of that story, and I wish I still had that part of my brain that was still active, because now I'm like, I don't remember the plot of the book that I read 2 days ago.
Oh my gosh, that's how I am now. I finish a book and I'm like, even as I'm talking about a book with a friend, maybe I'm reading it for like a book club or a buddy read, I'm like, what's the main character's name? And I'm like, Leandra, you just read. Yeah. Come on. Like, you're literally reading this book and I can't remember names. So
you're like, it's fine. I don't do this for like not a living, but like, you know, as a monetized hobby.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's fine. Like I know what
run
I'm doing.
And trying to do your wrap ups. I'm like, this is about a character who does a thing. Like, I don't know why people subscribe to me.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially as you increase your reading, like the amount of reading you do per month, it makes it harder and harder. Yeah, like
especially when you read multiple in the same genre. Yeah.
Yes. We do our best.
You're like, is this the enemies to lovers, or was it the academic rivals? I don't remember.
Yeah, or like, why did I give it a low rating again? Something bad happened.
It's the only reason why I like, because I know it's not normal to be on top of Goodreads reviews, but that's the only way that I can remember to do wrap-ups, is because I go back to look at my Goodreads reviews.
That's a good motivation to do that, because my Goodreads is terrible.
Otherwise, like, no thoughts up here, not a single one. Yes. Do I remember what I did? No, I don't.
Talk about memory.
I wasn't too thrilled with the options, but I wanted last month's that I like, because I skipped last month and then saw somebody talk about it, and I was like, oh, that sounds really good. Oh, I got Husbands. That's the one I got. And then I had gotten the Steve Kavanaugh book, Kill for Me, Kill for You, because Lexi talked about it in one of her vlogs, but it was last month's. So those are the ones that I got. And then I got the fantasy one in aardvark. Yes. I did the editing and upload of today's video today. Listen, it works. It works. Hello, right? Not doing Camp Nano. Kind of forgot that was a thing. I'm just writing for fun. Yeah, no, you can do your own. You just do your own projects.
Yeah.
I don't even honestly,
camp.
Honestly, I don't even know if Camp Nano is a thing this year. I know that like NaNoWriMo is kind of been canceled. I mean, not officially, but like it's been a little problematic, and so most people are canceling it.
I think Kirsty from K-Beth, is it K-Beth's Library? She's doing something similar, like an offshoot. She's going to do her own like write-a-thon, I think she was talking about in the next month or so. So food for thought.
Yeah. Going to be doing a bit of book journaling. Then I'll probably listen to more of Lore of the Wild. How are you liking this one? Because nobody that I've seen has liked it.
Oh no.
Like nobody. Like I watched Kayla's wrap up today from Books and Lala, and she gave it 1 star. She had nothing good to say about it.
Oh my gosh.
And it's really sad because the cover is so pretty and I almost bought it, but then like people started talking about it and I was like, I'm glad I waited. Hello, Ro. Picked dragon fruit for my April pick. I would have if I didn't have a special edition of that one coming. Yeah, it has like sprayed edges and it's gorgeous. And then I got The Night Swim by Megan Golden and The Familiar by Lee Bardugo. I also would have gotten that if I have the Illumicrate version coming of that one. Also, I don't really like getting fantasies in Book of the Month because if it's the Dragon Fruit would have been fine because it's a standalone, but I don't like getting series because they never do the second one, and then your books don't match.
Yeah. That's true. I've heard you talk about that on a video once, actually. I was like, I know that this is an opinion of Breeze.
I will be talking about it in my unhaul because I'm unhauling my Hank Green books because they don't match.
There we go.
But also, like, I didn't like the second one enough to, like, repurchase it. I'm like, so you can just go find a new home. Hello. Thank you very much. If you want to sprint hop, there are some sprints. I honestly think with as much as you love God Killer, you love the deck. I could probably agree with that.
Okay.
I liked City of Brass a lot more.
Okay. I'm nervous about you. Okay, we'll just anticipation. We're gonna wait for
that's fine. I gave it 3 stars.
Okay, you gave it 3 stars. Okay.
I'm learning this about myself that I am not a go on a journey girly.
Okay. You're like, no journeys for me.
If the whole book is go on a journey, it's not for me.
Yeah, they do pack a lot of miles. They're walking a lot.
They really do.
That's true.
Well, and it was funny because it was like literally like halfway through it, and I was like, what is it that I'm not liking about this book? Because the concept is great. The writing was fantastic. Like like the way that she built the world at the beginning was great. And I was like, why am I bored? Like, because they're just walking.
Yeah. You don't like journeys, like Brittany doesn't like boat books.
True.
Which I still think
it's a lot for the same reason, because boat books tend to be journey books.
Oh my god.
I don't like road trip books in contemporaries.
Yeah.
So yeah. Going to be finishing my carryover from middle grade March, getting ready for go back to work tomorrow. That's a bummer. We don't like going back to work. Just saw that the author who wrote Sorry Bro has another book out. No, I would say no. I will wait for reviews for that one, but like probably not, because a lot of it was like some internalized homophobia. Specifically like lesbophobia. Is that a word?
Oh no.
Yeah. It was one of those books that was like, great concept. You probably should have gone to therapy a few more times before you put this on the page. We're going through something.
Yeah. Oh no. Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah, it was like one of our very first books for Boozy Book Club last year.
Oh no. You're like,
I was like, oh no, I made people read this.
yeah.
Hello, Margaret. Working on my content calendar. She lives in our group chat. We were told to yell at Margaret if she wasn't working on her content by my sprints. So good job. Someone needs to film tomorrow. She has brain juice again. That's important. I don't necessarily have that. But we're just gonna work with it. Most of AuthorTube has stepped away from Nano. We're just doing our own things. I mean, at this point, you just make your own whatever. Yeah, having troubles. It was something about like one of the mods was like, here, there you go. Big Brass was caught shielding a predator, and there's been a whole bunch of shit in the fallout. There we go. Like, I don't actually know. I know it was like something involving a minor. So there's that. Been reading People We Met on Vacation. Just started, only on chapter 5. Leandra, don't read this book.
Okay. I knew exactly who this author was, and I was like, this is not for me.
I decided to just unhaul Happy Place without reading it.
Just, I don't know. I mean, I hate to be the person to influence someone to unhaul a book, but that book was not a book.
Well, someone told me that People We Meet on Vacation would be like the one that I would like because it's friends lovers, and that's generally my favorite trope. And I still gave it 2 stars, mostly just because it was I was really, really done with hearing about the fact that their air conditioner was broken.
You're like, we get it, it's broken.
We get it. And I was like, I just think she's not the author for me.
Yeah. Ugh.
Did I download the ALC for funny story? Whatever the name was. Today when it came up on Libro? Yes, I did. Because I know that at some point I'm going to want to do a list video or some sort of vlog at the end of the year, and she's going to be on it.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, at this point of the year, I never know if I want to do romance or fantasy or whatever. So I'm just like, I'm getting prepared.
Yeah, no, smart.
Lord of the Wilds does have such a pretty cover. Yes, it's so pretty. Hello. Don't know if we'll get to it during these because I have other stuff to do, but I've been reading The Letters of Vincent van Gogh in the summer before life goes on. Nice. Lord of the Wilds has been okay so far, 40% of the way through. I feel like not a lot has happened. I feel like that's what a lot of people were saying, was it just was like very redundant and like nothing moved the plot forward until like the very, very end. And then it was like, well, what about that other thing? So, I got Yulin King's debut from Book of the Month. Loved her short film. I ship it back in the day. Nice. I don't do like that was the other romance one, right? I think I'm pretty sure. The problem. This is again a very much a first world problem and an aesthetic thing, but my romance shelf is specifically sized for paperbacks. Which means that my romances have to come in paperbacks.
You can't just have like a little hump and then it just keeps going and you're like, nope, I don't like it.
Yeah. The size thing is the entire reason I don't do Book of the Month. Yeah. I mean, it's good, especially like for the price, to get like a brand new hardcover. And a lot of times you get it before it's released, which is a fun thing. But they're different vibes, but I feel like the writing style is similar.
Okay.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah. And that's good for me because I like the writing style of God Killer. So, okay. Yeah.
The story is very different, but I feel like especially because your umbrella of fantasy is not very large at this point.
Yeah, does it even exist? That's really kind to give me an umbrella. Like I think it's like an anorak that maybe has some holes in it. Like I'm doing my best.
It's the umbrella hat.
Yes.
Hello, working on my March wrap up during Chatty Bits. Nice. We'll be reading A Fate Inked in Blood this evening. I also need to read that one. I really wanted to get to it in March, and it did not happen. I don't know what it was, but March was 2 minutes long. I hate boat books, but apparently walking trips are fine. I'm actually like the opposite. I don't love boat books, but I don't hate them.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if you are walking the whole book, I'm gonna get bored.
Yeah.
I have not settled into my April reading yet. Starting The Loving Spirit. Excuse me. Because the societies in each of the books are influenced a lot by a combination of God's magic and politics. Yeah. I made people read Jaws.
Honestly, I thought of that immediately when you said that. I was like, I remember when Jess was like, I can't believe I made people read Jaws.
Eating dinner, then probably updating my reading journal. Nice. Didn't like people leaving me on vacation. Me neither. You and I are in the same boat. I gave it a generous 2 stars. I love Beach Read, but I'm reading her books in pub order. Listen, like I think that if you liked Beach Read, you'll probably like the other books. It's one of those things that like Emily Henry either works for you or she really doesn't. There is no in between.
Yeah, like Happy Place was my first attempt with her. So it's not as though I was like, you know,
and most people say that that's one of her best ones.
Anyways, so she's not an author for me then. That is just as
Leandra has a whole video on that. You should go check it out.
Yeah, like if you're ready for like I think it's like 40 minutes too. It's really long. It's
such a rant. I love it. That is like an October decision, not now. I don't think Emily Henry is for me. Yeah. But listen, like hundreds of thousands of people love them. So
many people love her. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Reading The Trials of Apollo. Nice. Reading Heat of the Everflame. Is this the sequel to Spark of the Everflame? Maybe, possibly. Because a lot of people are reading that one this month. Little Old Lady Bonnet. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I
was like, what were we talking about?
You're like, what is Margaret on about?
Robin Joy Hunts on Dark Waters. Yes, I put the hold on the audiobook, and I'll probably I don't think I'll be able to physically read it because I can't physically read anything right now. Which is really not a great thing because I know there's at least 4 books on my TBR this month that do not have an audiobook.
Yay.
Hello, going to be editing my TBR video. Nice. Happy April 1st. Reading Legendborn tonight. My daughter started an education in Malice and loved it, even though I didn't end up making it a DNF. Well, I'm glad that she is loving it. I feel like I'm very much in the minority about loving this book, but it's fine.
You're like, I've got big shoulders. I'll carry that.
Been wanting to start a booktube for years. Any starting quick tips? Just film a video, and you don't have to like post it. It can just be like just for practice. But I think a lot of times people like really struggle with getting over that hump of doing the very first video. Mm-hmm. So that's like, if you just do it and you're like, even if you just tell yourself when you're filming, this is never going to go public, then like you just at least like get that practice of being in front of the camera, because it's really weird to like talk to yourself.
I agree. It's still kind of weird.
Yeah. And then other than that, just like be yourself and be a part of the community, which like you're already doing. Because like I will say that like the booktube community is probably one of the best communities on YouTube. Like it's one of the best little niches. It's very much like there are some very toxic niches of YouTube, and I'm so glad that books are not one of them.
Me too.
Not even Margaret knows what Margaret's on about. It's fine. It's fine. I did like Beach Read. Maybe I should try another as a tiebreaker. I think what was it they were did you read Book Lovers? Because I feel like people that liked Beach Read also liked Book Lovers. Like for some reason those two work together.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
I don't know. Yes, Schmidt's
he's coming in and out.
they're not quite used to like the new setup. It's not that different, but like in this corner, it's a lot different. And so there's a little bit more room in here. So they're not quite used to it. But it only took us half an hour, but we did make it to the end of the comments.
I mean, par for the course. It's always, I'm like, okay, we're going to talk for half an hour at least.
Listen, I just want to know how the Realmathon host did it, because they were so productive in their sprints with like 3 times as many people.
They must have some kind of magic that we don't have.
I don't know. But I was like, how do you do this? I need to know.
Taking notes.
Right. All right. Oh, it would help if I actually brought the timer up. Do we want to do 45 minutes or an hour? We can do both.
Either one works for me.
Let's do an hour, because I will probably be making dinner in the sprint.
Okay.
So I will see you in an hour. Hello, welcome back.
Hello.
That was a dinner sprint for me. I made some rice and air fried some veggies and some sausage, and it was quite delicious. It's one of those, our HelloFresh meal comes tomorrow. What do we have in our pantry?
Grab things.
Grab
throw it in.
things. I was like, I got a bell pepper, I got an onion, I got some sausage. Let's just throw it all together. The rice, like it was a Spanish rice mix, but it called for like having diced tomatoes. We didn't have any. But I was like, oh, I have this can of salsa. I'll just put it in.
There we go. Got a little diced tomatoes within there.
I was like, it's a chunky salsa. It's the same thing. So I did that, and then I imported my footage to edit in the next video or in the next one. My new camera will record things that are longer than 7 minutes, which is so nice.
Yay!
Oh, I used to have to stop, and in between 6 and 7 minutes, I would have to stop the clip and then keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And this one, it was like, oh, it's 12 minutes long, and it's still going. I was like, oh, that's cool.
You're like, okay, what else do I have to say? Like, let's take advantage.
I was like, why are there not 7 clips for this video? It's just 2 clips.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And your brain you're like, I've got 7 minutes worth of thoughts every time. Like now you have to train your brain to be like,
well,
I can.
Fortunately, it would blink at me when it was getting close. So then I would stop when I would finish the sentence. I would stop what I was saying, mark where I'm standing, and then just stop and then start again. And so then you never really could tell, but
yeah,
it was just kind of annoying on the back end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, well, that's kind of nice. I guess there's a silver lining for the new camera.
Honestly, it's been great, but it did take me a little while to figure out the lighting because trying to figure out the manual settings it's in a different spot than my old one was specifically for the white balance, because when I have my lights up, there is a specific Kelvin range that you're supposed to turn your camera setting to in order to not wash yourself out. And so my first video, which was my book haul that I did, does not have that. I am very washed out in that video.
Oh no, you're like, I am a ghost.
I was like, I will fix this in editing.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I know how to color correct.
Oh no.
So yeah. How was that sprint for you?
For me, I got some ice cream. That was an ice cream sprint.
Right.
So enjoyed that. I threw in I have some leftover strawberries, so I cut up some strawberries, put some chocolate sauce on. I went all out, so it was delicious. Yes, it was great. And then I ended up reading the final chapter that I had to read for this one for my day, and we're baffled. We don't understand. Everyone's into everyone. I mean, if they're all into it, I'm down.
So is it gay?
I don't know. It feels like it is. Okay, we've got 2 women and 2 men. All of them are into each other in different ways. And I'm like, is this a little bit of polyamory? What's happening here? I don't know.
Sci-fi, right?
Yes, it's sci-fi. So
because there's a prompt on the R Fantasy, which is anything speculative, as so fantasy, sci-fi, or horror. That is judge a book by its cover. Just pick the book based on the cover. Don't read the blurb. Don't read the synopsis. Just pick it. And I kind of just want to do that because I love that cover.
Honestly, yeah, the cover, it's gorgeous. And there is a lot of interesting elements to it beyond just the confusion of the romances. But it's just this, a woman is definitely into another woman. That woman's into her too, but she's also into another man. And he seems to have history with this other guy. And there's what's going on? Friends to enemies to something else. Even one of the characters noted that, wondering what's the history of these 2 men? And I'm just like, are you all into each other? What is going on? So, I mean, if you want to take a gamble, you can figure it out. But I just...
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the whole thing is that, it's not I'll just have to see if the library has it or something, because and that's a scary prompt. Obviously, I buy books based on covers, but I usually know something about them. I'll check reviews and this is literally the hard mode is do not read the blurb, do not read any reviews, just pick a book strictly on the cover. And I was like, that's anxiety inducing.
It is a really nice cover.
It's a really cool cover. Cascade Failure? Is that what it is?
Cascade Failure, yeah.
Okay.
And apparently it is a part of a series, just to let you know. I don't know if that
Is it
would
the
be a
first?
hindrance to you. This is the first in a series. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's the first.
Yeah.
It's the
I was like, as long as I'm not like
Ambit-
randomly picking up the third book.
Yeah, you're like, just so you know, it's actually the ending. They've been playing Will They Won't They the entire series, and I just decided to enter here.
We're just gonna pull a Gavin and we're gonna read the first book and the last book.
And let's see what happens in the middle. Yep. Nope. It is the first, so that's good. And like the 4 characters that I'm talking about as far as are they into each other are all up here. So they're all just, I don't know. So if you want to go in blind, I won't say anything else. And I'm also going to be switching on to other books after this point. So you'll remain a mystery if you wanted to choose it for your round.
Well, if I just choose it now and if I say that that's the one, then
there we go. Yeah.
We've locked it in. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm reading a Cli-Fi this month.
This is also Cli-Fi. Ooh, okay.
I'm reading. Hold on, I have it right here.
What is it?
The Light Pirate.
Okay, I will be
you read
interested to
this
hear your
one?
thoughts. So I started it, and then I don't. Oh no, I don't want to make you think that it's something I don't think it's for me, and so I ended up DNFing it. But
is it too lit-fic? Because it feels like it might be lit-fic.
I think that certain things that happen to characters are due to its lit-ficness. You know, like how a character's plot line will go in a certain way, and you're like, it's because this is literary fiction. Like that's why that author's brain went there. So we're gonna see what you think. But
it was the only I had the prompt was a book of the month book that was set in the future, and I legitimately had like 3 of those left, and I was like, this is the shortest one.
Yeah, so you're like, all right, we're gonna do it. And I'm sure you could get the audio, right? Do you have access to the audio?
I think I got the audiobook, yeah, or at least I have a whole lot of it.
I found it. Yeah, and so there were certain elements where I was like, you haven't started yet, but it was the first couple chapters, and I was like, this is something. I won't say anything else, but I ended up DNFing it. But I was intrigued by the Cli-Fi element. That's why I picked it up. So
that sounds like the one. What was that book that was like Noah's Ark, but in the future? I read it a couple years ago, and it has like a pink and blue cover, and it's like. It's like the beach town of Iowa. But then it ended up being like so lit-fic that was like, what book was it called? I'll have to look at my Goodreads challenge because I can picture the cover. I just cannot picture the what the name of it is. But anyways, I'll find it. We had a couple of friends join us. Hello, Brittany. Although Brittany, you're probably like back at your own sprints because we thought we timed them pretty well. But when I went on hers, she's only like 5 minutes off of mine.
Oh no!
I was like, that sucks. No, it wasn't 2022. It was 2020. Hello. Going to try to do a little coloring while listening to the party house. Nice. That sounds fun. It happens. I would also like to fall asleep at some point. It's been one of those days. You know how it's on a Monday after the flood by Cassandra Montag.
Oh, I might have to look that up.
It's like, the Cli-Fi element sounds so interesting, but it ends up just being this woman trying to find her daughter. And it's like, it's so weird. Like, it's honestly unsettling in the way that it is so slice of life at the end of the world.
Okay. You're like, oh, we're all cozy. And you're like, you're all going to die. Like, what are you talking about?
The world is ending and you're just la-di-da.
Yeah, like now is not the time. See that I think you're talking about her looking for her daughter too. Certain mother narratives aren't for me as well. And in the Light Pirate, they're like, this isn't a spoiler. A character in the first chapter, she's pregnant, and like the reasons for why she's pregnant, and also just the stuff that happens later in the last few or the next few chapters after that. I was just like, no, this isn't for me. So you'll see what I'm talking about, and you can let me know if it ends up being for you, because it could be. I have friends who read it and loved it.
Maybe I'll make sure I read it during my 30 and 30 because if I don't like it, I can quickly DNF, and then it still counts as one.
Yes, good plan. Just be like, just in case, have a bit of an escape
Just in
plan.
case. I still have 14 days left of that. Am I caught up? No.
You can do it.
I think I'm actually only one book behind now because I finished Savage City. And I think that puts me one behind.
Okay.
So just gotta find like a quick graphic novel. I'll be fine. Hello, Katie. Katie also started a Patreon today, so you should go check that out if you're interested in it.
Oh my gosh.
Content calendar is done. Read 30 pages of The Princess Trap. Popping downstairs to fix dinner. Also, boop the like button. Thank you. Just started another sprint. We'll be getting some pages read of Fairy Tale by Stephen King. Hoping for 100 pages today. I believe in you. Spring anime season started today. New anime will air in the upcoming 2 weeks. Watch 15 shows out of 40. Wow, that's a lot. I don't know how you would keep track of them all. I can't like I am not the type of person that can watch one episode at a time. Like I'm not a week to week kind of person. There are 3 shows that I watch. And one of them is a cooking show, so that doesn't really count because it's not like a story.
You're like, what are they gonna do next time?
It's like next level chef, like someone gets eliminated. The 2 like actual shows that I watch week to week are Ghost and 911. That's it.
That is my capacity.
Like other than that, I need to binge a show and like just watch it straight through.
That's how I am.
Because there are some shows that like I really like, but like watching them week to week, I just like could not follow it. So then I would just wait for the season to end and then just watch the whole thing.
Yeah, there's actually, I was watching this interview and they were talking about how, especially nowadays, certain series that are coming out, their goal for some pitches is that is it complex enough where people are interested, but not too complex, where they could divide their time on screens. Like they're basically anticipating people being on their phone or doing other things while having this on. Like that is actually some people's pitches being like, this could be something that someone could have 2 screens up and not feel as though they've lost it. And so it's just things are happening.
That's interesting. Because I mean, that's how I always watch TV. Is I always have either my phone or like sometimes my phone and my computer. Like
I'm just doing something else.
Like, I don't think, which is why I really hate going to movie theaters because you can't have your phone out. You can't do that. There was a movie that I went to that I did not want to go see, but I only went because Derek went to the Eras Tour movie with me. And I did in fact listen to an audiobook the entire time.
You're like, I am physically here for you, but I'm up here.
Mentally, absolutely not. Like an hour into the movie, Derek looks over and goes, "Do you have an audiobook?" And I was like, "I do." Reading The Unlikely Escape of Uriah Heep, page 90. Ooh. Nice. 110 pages. It's how I cook most days. Right? It's just fun to just throw things together. Wrote 970 words. Nice. Hello. Going to be doing some dishes while chatting and then edit during the sprints. Same. We love the editing sprints. Yay. Didn't get any reading done, but I meal prep for the next 6 days. So now I'm going to try to clean my kitchen. Ooh, nice. Made a banh mi bowl. Those are delicious. Got out of class, then read some of Pestilence. Do I own that one? I think that's the one I have. Yes, that's the one I have in that series. That's the first one, right? I hope, because that's the one I have. It's like the 4 Horsemen. It's a fantasy romance.
Yeah, someone was talking about it recently. So interesting.
Yeah. I would write my progress, but I can't find a percentage on BorrowBox. That happens. Audible does the same thing where you're just like, I listened to some pages.
An amount.
I listened to the book. How long does the new camera give you? I don't know, actually. I like stopped it at 12 minutes because I was getting nervous.
You're like, when is it going to stop? I need to make the decision.
I don't know. No. Train to the End of the World is a cozy slice of life post-apocalyptic world. Nice. Ice Cream Sprint. We love those. 38 pages of A Fate Inked in Blood and loving it. I'm excited to pick this one up. It's on my 5-star predictions, which is a scary video to put out because normally I'm very wrong. No.
I haven't done that. I've been thinking about maybe doing reading until you hit a 5-star, but I'm like, I'll think about it too much and I'll never hit a 5-star.
I scrapped that video because I was doing it and I couldn't find a 5-star to save my life. Even what I thought was going to be a guaranteed was not, which was really disappointing. And then I was like having an existential crisis. Like, what even is a 5-star? So I was like, nope, never mind. We're not gonna put out that video, which is why there was not a video on Saturday.
That's why, because you're like, I don't know what a 5-star is anymore.
Like, I don't have anything else. That was supposed to go out on Saturday, and it didn't. So
yeah.
Saw Leandra's book on a new releases Instagram post.
Ah, okay. I mean, there's definitely queer rep. I just can't tell how entangled it is. That's the question I'm having. Yeah.
Floating Hotel came out last month. The Hotel in Space. Interesting.
I cannot reach it, but I have Floating Hotel actually from the library, and I've been meaning to read it because it looks very fun. Yeah,
you're just trying to get all your sci-fi books in this year.
Apparently, yeah. Like, it was like queer space opera in a hotel, and I was like, okay, I'm taking it. Like, it sounds great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hello. My Easter was good. I mean, Saturday I was very productive and busy, and I built my new shelves. And then Sunday we had family stuff, so that was fun. All right then. Did no reading, but I got my Insta post done and most of my April reading stuff planned out. Too many readathons and challenges. I am taking the month off of readathons. I'm kind of doing Jess's, but there's not really any prompts for that. I mean, there is, but there's not like, it's not like Aurelium.
Yeah, it's like you can do a lot of other stuff or just read a book from your TBR.
Read a book, yeah.
Like,
yes. And I think like the amount of books that I'm reading will probably fit Bingo's spaces. So we'll just like fill it out at the end of the month and collect a badge.
There we
go. But yeah, because May is going to be Escape the Readathon, and then June is going to be Amazing Readathon. I needed a month off. Plus, I'll be gone for a little over a week at the end of the month for a Polycon, and then I have a work conference in the middle of the month that's local, so it's not like I don't have to go anywhere for it, but it's like 2 days of like sitting in lectures, which means like no reading because I won't want to read when I get done because brain
exhaustion.
Yeah, no. So I was like, we're not doing readathons this month. Hello, Rainy. I just got back from circus, started A Fate of Wrath and Flame today, and I'm absolutely loving it. Love that you're in your romanticiera. Always multitasking and watching TV. Yeah, like I don't think I will ever like only do one thing. And it's so funny because like Derek will be like, "You're not even watching this." I was like, "I promise you, if I was staring at it, I would be watching it less."
Yeah, like this is how I watch, not with my eyes.
Like if I was doing nothing else, my brain would just be doing something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. Finished Murder Road. What did you think of it? I just got this one in my Book of the Month box last month, and it sounds really good. But she always lets me down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, this feels like the night where I talk about books that I didn't like, it seems. And I haven't read this
you
book,
like this
but
one?
I have tried. So I haven't tried this one, but I have read 2 others by Simone St. James, and they both let me down as well. And so I'm just like, I don't know if I should touch this one.
I read the Book of Cold Cases. Is that the one like with the hotel?
I mean, if it is, then there's 2. I read the one, the Sundown Motel.
That one. Yes, I read that one. See, I just can't even remember. I think I read that one and gave it like 3 stars. The ending was like so anticlimactic.
Yeah.
And I got to the end of the audiobook and I was like, oh, that's it. I predicted that 3 hours ago.
Yeah, I actually in my head came up with a better, I was like, oh, I've got a better idea. And then I was like, oh.
Yeah. So, and then I think the Book of Cold Cases I DNF'd.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. I read the Broken Girls during Actually Got a Clue, and because it was a host pick, and yeah, it wasn't for me.
Because that one's like more historical, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I feel like her books tend to have two dual timelines where there's like a history and then there's like a modern day, and it was the same thing. It had two double timelines, just like the hotel one.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I will. I feel like I will like this one because I feel like there's a lot of like politics involved with it too, but we'll see. Yeah, here's the thing. I've given out a total of like 10 5-stars this whole year. I have been very critical with my books this year.
And that's in perspective of how much you've read too, you know, like 10 as far as how much
books. No, that's not right. That might be right. Actually, I don't.
Oh my gosh. That is so many books.
Yeah, it's 62. I am 11 books away from hitting my 1,000th book since starting BookTube. And do you know the pressure? You know the pressure that I mean, like, you always have pressure of like, what's your 100th book of the year? 1,000 books.
What book are you gonna read?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. Yeah. I might have my patrons decide which one it's gonna be.
Ooh, so then you can blame them if it's a bad
then
one.
I can blame them. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
I'll just pick like books that I'm really excited about that I think will be 5 stars, and then they can pick which one.
Yeah,
it'll be great. Tried to do that video, and I once I knew it wasn't going to be 5 stars, I wanted to stop reading. Same, because I was like, I got to get this out. This isn't going to be 5-star. Why even finish it?
Oh yeah, that's like a weird mentality to not even, because it could be a 4-star, but you're like, it's not a 5.
Yeah. Have you seen Lexi's videos where she does the I try to predict if this is going to be 5 stars in the first 25%?
Oh, I have, yes.
They're so interesting. Where like she still reads the whole book in the video, but she puts it down if she doesn't think, like, until the end, if she doesn't think it's going to be 5 stars. I was like, that's a cool way to do a twist on like can't stop till I find a 5-star kind of thing. Yeah. Taking May off, or I don't plan to do any readathons. That's fair. You gotta get ready for Amazing Readathon.
Exactly.
Yeah. I heard about 35 pages and got ready to head out. Nice. I also am doing a readathon this weekend for myself. Not myself, but like my Patreon readathon is this weekend. So I was like, oh wait, no, I am doing a readathon.
Your patrons are like, what is she saying? And you're like, no, we are, I promise.
Just kidding. Well, that one, like, because there are prompts, but it's very much a mood read, and like, because it's a roll as you go kind of thing. So it's like you roll a dice,
choose. Yeah.
And I usually I'll roll Friday morning and decide what I'm going to read then.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten softer in how I rate things. It's more of a how much overall joy did I have when reading it. Yeah, that's probably a good way to do it. But I I'm very critical, and I think part of it comes from like doing SPIFBO and doing like actually like reviewing for authors and like giving them feedback that it's like, I don't know. I just feel like I have like a system, like a percent, like 20% goes is characters, 20% is plot, because otherwise what will happen is whatever happens in the third act is how I will rate the book. If the ending was fantastic, 5 stars. But if the rest of the book was really good, but it, like kind of let the ending kind of fizzled, then it's like, oh no, 3 stars. When like really it doesn't deserve that.
Last year, I think I was really nice and like, which is like, oh, you get a 4-star, you get a 5-star. All this is great. And now this year, I've narrowed it down a little bit with quarter star ratings. So I've included a bit more of a strict system. And now I feel like I'm like, is it a 5 or is it a 4.75 or is it a 4.25? And so now I think I'm a bit more stingy on my 5 stars.
I'm doing half stars. I don't do the quarter stars. I feel like that's like it when you get to the wrap up, it ends up being too long and like
A
too
lot.
jumbled for the amount that I read.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And now I'm getting to the point where I read a lot. Like I think in March I ended up reading 21 or 22 books. I don't know how it happened. I don't know how it happened, everybody. I'm as surprised as you are. And now I'm like, I don't want to record this
Your
wrap
wrap
up.
up is gonna be like a feature-length film.
Yeah, you're like, literally, I'd rather do anything else than record that thing. But so
Yeah. Yep.
yeah.
I did it the like very difficult way of going into my yearly challenges and adding up all of those numbers. That's how I did it. Because if you just go to your red number, it's actually less if you've ever done a reread because it doesn't double count those.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Because I was like, why is it that my red number is only like 960 something? But it's because like I reread Evelyn Hugo every year. I reread Danny Brown almost every year. So, my last 5-star had issues, things I hated, but overall joy outweighed it. That's fair. I mean, that's the thing. Like that's why like reading and rating is so subjective that like everybody does it a different way, and there's no wrong way to do it.
Oh, true. And if with 5 stars, I usually don't have to think about it. Like I don't have to sleep on it. I finish the book, 5 stars. I don't think too much. But if I'm like, what am I going to rate this? It's probably not a 5-star.
It's probably not a 5-star. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. I'll be reading God Killer today. Nice. Never thought to get feedback on a rating system. More just asking, what did you think of the characters? Yeah, with like when you're doing beta reading and stuff like that, then I'm not like, I don't really beta read for authors because I don't think I have that skill set. But with like Spiffbo, it is which is a self-published fantasy blog off. These are already published works, and there's a set rating system that you score out of 10. It's very similar to like G's Caw Pile. And so I have like a modified version of that for just every book because when I was doing it for Spiffbo, it just made sense.
Yeah.
So I just kind of modified it. I weight my enjoyment a little bit higher, so it actually gets like double the points. And then other than that, it's everything else is evenly weighted. So, yeah. No, it needs more work. Yeah. When you're like beta reading stuff or like doing like line edits and stuff like that, then that makes sense that you don't want to be like, yeah, I would have given this 4 stars. Like, because that doesn't really help you as an author.
Yeah.
With Spiffbo, it's a set, like Mark Lawrence has like a set algorithm that you send out or that you put it in when you're like part of the actual judging team. So I just kind of adopted it. So, all right. Well, that's the end of the comments. So should we do another sprint?
Yeah, let's do it. Look at us. We're being pretty efficient tonight.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I will see you in an hour. Hello, welcome back. I finished editing my video, got it exported. I'll upload it when I'm done sprinting, but I don't trust my internet to do both. And I got about half of a box up on Pango.
Oh my gosh, so productive.
Did you see my little like pictures spot there?
Yeah.
Top of that, and like stuck my little ring light on it, and that way I get like good pictures.
Nice. The little do you take it with the little plant next to it to be like, ooh,
I
look at
did.
this pretty book. Books and plants. We love it.
Those end up like sticking out a little bit better.
Yeah, no, that's true. That makes sense.
How did you go?
Well, I ended up starting The Dry by Jane Harper. Yes, and I am actually 54 pages into it. So I got pretty far, I would say, in an hour. I did realize that the author is originally from the UK, but she moved to Australia in 2008. So she wasn't born in Australia, but, I think the Australians accept her as one of them.
There you go.
And what's funny is I'm listening to the audiobook as I read, and it's a situation where I think the audio is true to what certain like vernacular we're getting, like, slang and certain descriptions that it's Australian. And here, the physical book is like American, the like certain comparisons of words. I'm like, oh, that's an Australian word, but this is not. I'm like, okay, this is a connector. But I can't talk about my thoughts because it's for a certain blog. But I'm going through it very quickly, I can say. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So,
Good. Very nice. I don't know where we were in this comments, but we'll just pretend. Hello. Just starting to Keep It in the Family by John Mars. Ooh, I actually don't think I've heard of this one by him.
I've heard of John Mars. New? Yeah.
Yeah. Because I've read his The Passengers.
Right.
And then I think The One or The Ones or something like that is another one that I'm very interested
in. I've never tried him, but I've been meaning to. So
he's very engaging and like action packed. Okay. I want to say a certain someone made this a host favorite. Not this one specifically, but another one. So you might get to try them out.
I might.
One buddy redone on to the other. Nice. Hello, reading Percy Jackson, The Chalice of the Gods. Fun. On chapter 17, and the air conditioning is annoying, but I don't hate it. At least it works.
I'm wondering if it's the book that you were saying you were getting annoyed by the air conditioning.
Yes. The book with the air
like, at least your air conditioning is working. And it's like, no, the fictional air conditioning.
The fictional air conditioning is not working. Yes, I got that. I got it now. 25 pages of The Princess Trap. Fun. I hope you're enjoying this one. I mean, how can you not with Talia? My Pango wish list is so long, but I need to earn buying more books. Otherwise, I have zero self-control. My problem is that when I have Pango bucks, I'm like, it's free books. That's book math.
Yes. Yeah, I'm like, I'm just trading. Like, I'm trading one book for another. So I haven't spent any money.
Exactly. Yeah. It's when you run out of the Pango bucks, then you have to wait for more Pango bucks. That's how this works.
Exactly. You're like, I need to sell more books is what I need to do. I need to get rid of more books. And I think I have nearly $50 in Pango bucks because of past, selling.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find like the good condition while still for a decent price. And there's just,
I got to the point where I was like, I had over 100, I almost $200 for some reason. Like I sold a bunch one weekend. I don't know why. I didn't put any new ones up. It's just like somehow the shop got pushed to the front page. And I sold a bunch of books. And anyways, so then I started looking at like special editions because I was like, I have all this money and I don't need books. So like, let's look at some like special edition ones.
Some free special editions.
Exactly. Exactly. On chapter 27 of What Lies in the Woods. Nice.
That one was fun for me. I like that book.
That's the Kate Alice Marshall, right?
Yeah. I've also read some. I'm currently reading one of her middle grade like horror, and then I read another one. And as fun as I think the thriller was, I think I like her middle grade horror better. It's just really cute and fun. So
yeah. Just finished The Secret History. Very nice. Got to page 247 of The Book of Doors by Gareth Brown. Interesting. I feel like I've heard of this before.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen the cover.
Right. I can picture the cover. Hello,
Yeah.
Coda. Hello. Back a bit late, going to switch to finishing Fireborn tonight. I approve of this. Have you read Fireborn?
I haven't, but everyone I know who's read it has really enjoyed it.
Okay.
So I think, was that the one where Brittany, she like cried on the second book? Book 2? Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
It'll definitely, when we get to my name on the spinner wheel, like that one's definitely going to somebody.
Ooh, well, we'll see. Maybe I'll expand my little fantasy umbrella to that. So
yes,
it might be.
Yes. I'll just have to see how the other ones go. You know, those other ones that we talked about.
Yes, the other one.
Know what to recommend.
I don't know what you should recommend either, if I'm going to be completely honest.
That's the same with me. I'm like, I like some things in every genre.
Exactly. Yeah, mixed bag.
Yeah. My Pango books never stay long. Yeah, same. Started Serpent in the Wings of Night, really enjoying it. Nice. Speaking of Pango, that reminds me I need to buy some books for a project. The thing is, like, I've learned that thumbnails, if you are holding the books up, do better. And so then I'm like, if I'm reading a book for a vlog, I'll look and see if they have, like, I may not buy something on Amazon or Barnes and Noble for a vlog, but I will look on Pango, especially if I'm far out.
Yeah, and you can get like it secondhand. I mean, that's why I try to put in requests for me, because obviously I use the library significantly, so that I can be like, maybe it's a shiny cover, but I'm like, I have the book, I'm holding it, like you can see for the thumbnails.
But then if you can get good at it, then you can start photoshopping because then you can just like, you can do what Katie does. Katie's like fantastic at this, and she'll hold up just some random book, but then put the actual, like, the new release cover on it. And she's so good at it. So there's that option too. I too prefer Kate Alice Marshall's middle grade and YA horror to her adult thrillers. That's
you and me, Jess. I'm actually, Jess, if you're interested, the one that I'm trying now, I'm doing the audio, is 13s. It's like her horror, it seems like a horror middle grade series. And the one I really liked before was Extra Normal. I thought that was really cute, and it had like really great like representation. So
we're gonna do one more sprint. It'll probably be a 45-minute sprint.
Woohoo, that sounds good to me.
It's already getting late for you.
Yeah.
Reading A Flicker in the Dark. I really enjoyed that one.
Ooh, I've thought about trying that, because that's a thriller, or is it horror? I think it's a thriller, isn't it? That's what I thought. Yeah,
but it is. It is an SOP title.
Why? Why?
No, I know all the best thrillers. Like, so I put my thrillers on this side, and like literally half of the shelf is turned around backwards.
Oh, that's so frustrating. And you know what? Because of certain imprints too, I realized I recently did like a recommendation dump for historical mysteries, and there were a handful of books I couldn't talk about because they were Minotaur, and and I was like, this is so frustrating that I can't not talk about these books.
Yeah, I don't have that much of a problem with Wednesday because I don't do a lot of YA, but St. Martin's Griffin, and which has a lot of romance, and Minotaur has a lot of mysteries.
Minotaur. Yeah. Yeah. I realized I have a romance author that I really like, because I'm hit or miss with romances, and I was like, oh, I really like this person, and I'm like, their 2 American titles are with I'm like, okay. Anywho,
it's starting to get frustrating.
It really is.
I talked about in my unhaul video, I did mention the books that I was unhauling, but I like specifically said in my video, I was like, I'm unhauling these because I can't recommend them anymore, and I can't read these ones because I haven't read them yet, but I can't read them because I can't review them. So they're gonna just leave.
Yeah, like I'm gonna trade them on Pango Books for other books that I can actually
So I
talk
like
about.
quickly held them up and I was like, these ones not staying.
Yeah, these ones I'm saying goodbye to. That's why I can talk about them.
Yep. Yeah, no, I might send them the link to my video.
Be like, just so you
I'll
know.
tag them on Twitter.
Yes, exactly. Ugh.
Yeah. I'm currently trying to figure out which Nora Roberts will be used for this project. I'm excited about this project that you're doing. I'm very, very excited about it. I don't know if it's not public knowledge, so I'm not going to say what it is, but stay tuned because it's going to be good.
Okay, I'm staying tuned.
Procreate and Canva are my besties. Yes.
Genuinely, yes. That is amazing.
I am very excited to get I had to push off my iPad purchase that I was like saving for. And like I was like gonna give myself the goal of like when I went to the gym enough times, then I would buy myself a new iPad because it was like a little thing. But I had to buy the camera. So I had to take, my money out of there. So I have a gift card that I will be able to use for part of it. And I found one for like $300, which then would only end up being $100 for me. So I'm like, okay, I can do that. But then I'll be able to use Procreate again because my iPad is from 2018. It's very old.
And you know what's weird is 2018 doesn't feel old until you start doing math and you're like, 2018 was that long ago? And you're like, yeah, it was.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gotten to the point where I'm reading on my Kindle app and you flip the page and it's like 1, 2, 3 page turn. Flip the page. 1.
Oh my god.
Page turn. And I was like, I cannot keep doing this.
Yeah, flip, eat something, come back. Like you're like, I've got time to do something else.
But I like reading graphic novels on my iPads because if you just do it on Kindle, it's black and white.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I read all my graphic novels and my manga and stuff. And it's hard to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I've read all of her books published sans Our Last Echoes, so which I own. So why haven't I read it? Couldn't tell you. Sounds like a great book for Coltmas. Just saying.
Ooh, yes.
Just got a book I was really excited about, a little free library, and then I saw it was SMP, and that's disappointing. Listen, I got sent the ARC, like not even like requested on NetGalley, like someone sent me the widget for the new Casey McQuiston book, which I am dying to read. But I'm not going to.
Yeah, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. Like if I could get to the point where I was doing less vlogs, I would still read the books because then I would do this. But it's gotten to the point where I'm only reading for content. I want to say like 80% of the books I have, like I added a thing to my spreadsheet and it's like 80% of the books that I read are for a specific video. The other 20% are like ones that are on my Kerplunk TBR. So I have mentioned them.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't have time to read something that I can't actually promote.
Yeah, this is also the year. Yeah, this is definitely the year of also like collaboration where we're getting recommendations from people, sending recommendations, and you just, you can't take the time to be reading those books in addition while you're juggling everything else. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, this is a fantastic idea. If you are reading SMP books, then definitely this is a great way to do it. Rachel's doing that too. Rachel does like full on TikToks. Oh, this book was so great. Da, 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 da. Oops, can't talk about it.
Yeah. I'm like, never mind.
So like the grandma I am, I read my stories, but also know they could have great reviews if they'd stop being losers. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that. I think I sent a text earlier this afternoon with there and like 2 forms of there in one sentence. And I 100% like had to like triple check it after it got sent, of course. I was like, did I do that right?
Like, of course, this is the time to double check after sent. I do that all the time. Yeah.
The problem is that my boss is like such a like grammar fanatic. Like she has a red pen at her desk for like things, and she's not a teacher. Like we work in food.
Yeah.
But
She's like, also grammar and food.
One of my coworkers is not great at grammar, and she bought him Grammarly.
She's like, I actually cannot, like, I won't even teach you. Just have some AI do it for you.
He's working on like new projects and stuff, and so he's sending messages out, like sending emails out to like presidents of our brands, and she's like, "You have to sound professional. Please go get Grammarly."
Yeah, exactly. Like, I know that you're professional. I know that you can do this job, but I need other people to also agree.
I need other people to know that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's fine. All right. We're gonna do one more sprint, 45 minutes. Where am I? Not that one. That one.
Ooh.
Okay. I'll see you in 45. My mouse just decided it was like gonna stop working right as the timer.
You're just like this, and I'm like, okay, we will wait.
I was like, why is I can't find my mouse?
And be like, that's it, an awkward ending, everybody.
Problems of having Bluetooth, apparently. It's just like, actually, never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have like 10 more books to put up on Pango. Other than that, I got all of them up.
Nice. I still see the like blinding light.
I forgot to turn the light off. Hold on, that'll get annoying.
Yeah, I was like, either that or you just look heavenly today. You are our angel. So
it's nice because I don't have a plug right there, so I just grab. But like my ring light just uses a USB, so I just grab my power bank.
Oh, nice.
Because there's not a cord right there that's like enough to, like, yeah. So because the cord is really short, so I was like, just put it in the power bank, and that works perfectly.
Nice.
Yeah. That's what I did because I'm trying to get this up. Normally, I wouldn't put this many up all at one time, but because the video is going out tomorrow, I want to have them already
ready in case someone's like, "Oh, you're selling that book? I might want to buy it myself." Yeah,
exactly,
that makes sense.
Exactly. Especially because I'm a Pango ambassador now.
What?
Yeah. So people can use my code and get like a discount. I think only if it's your first time using Pango, but
whoa, that is really cool though. Ooh,
yeah.
Look at you.
There's a Pango Facebook group, and there's actual like employees of Pango that are in that group, and they'll like randomly just be like, "Hey, does anyone want to beta test this?" And then
you're like, "I will."
Yeah, sure.
I've been pretty impressed with Pango. I think I've mentioned this on Sprint elsewhere at one point, but recently I was kind of noticing that there's someone that I was looking at their stuff. I noticed that like a handful of their books that they were selling were ARCs. And I was like, I'm kind of annoyed to see that they're selling ARCs that they shouldn't be. And I was like, I'm just going to, check in. And so I tried to contact them. They, of course, didn't answer me. I was like, I don't know if you know, but, maybe you don't want to do this because it does say on the book, not sale. There's a reason why there isn't a barcode on it. And the person didn't respond, which, okay. And so I ended up contacting Pango Books being like, hey, I'm not sure. Are you like for this? Are you not? Like, I'm not sure if, what's going on here. And the person responded saying, thank you so much for letting us know. We've like removed all of those like listings.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, oh my gosh. Okay. I was like, you're welcome. And thank you for the response.
Yeah. No, the Pango customer service has been excellent.
100%.
There's been a couple of times. There was one time where someone sent me a book in like a non-bubble wrapped package with just like one of those little like air pillows in with and so the book was like completely trashed, right? And so I just like I emailed Pango and I was like, hey, and this is like now they have like a nice like setup where you can like actually say like, hey, there was a problem with my return or with my order. But before then it was just I emailed them and I was like, hey, like I'm sure that they did not mean to do this. I'm sure that they are new.
Yeah, like you don't realize what happens when you package your book.
Yeah, and I was like, I paid $20 for this and it's not worth that anymore. And they were like, okay, we've credited $20 back to your account. And I was like, great.
Like, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, I've only had to like submit a complaint like maybe 2 or 3 times just because like there was one time where they said like, oh, this is like new, and it really wasn't. But always gotten back to me super fast.
We love it. Good customer service. And of course you being patient, letting them know, these things and being open.
On the seller side, it's really nice too. I sold like a whole bunch of books, and one time I sent the wrong book. Like it was like a book with a black cover. I just grabbed it, like they were right next to each other on the shelf. I just grabbed the wrong one. And then like the customer emails me and they're like, hey, I'm missing a book. And I was like, oh my gosh, what did I do? And so I just emailed Pango and I was like, hey, can I just get another shipping label? Like I'm fine. Like they can have the extra book, whatever. It's not a big deal. But like, can you just send me another shipping label? Like, yep, here you go.
Oh my gosh, that's so nice. Yeah. So That works. That's good. We support Pango books.
Yes, they are a great company. And also, weird thing, I don't know if it's a glitch in the app, but tonight when you go in, like, you know, when you post the video, the things, and they ask for like the
Yeah.
retail price and all that stuff, and if there's enough information in the ISBN, then it'll just do it on its own.
Mhm.
It's doing all the Canadian prices.
What?
Yeah.
That's weird because then it'll also look more expensive.
Right. So like I go back in and change it, which is like annoying because it takes a couple extra, like, you know, a bit of extra
Little.
time.
Mhm.
But yeah, it was it's doing all the Canadian prices. I was like, is this a weird glitch? Are they going to Canada? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, especially when you're like, I granted the books will have the Canadian price on there, but it's
Yeah.
like it's weird that they're assuming that you're in Canada.
Yeah. So I wonder if there's
weird.
like some sort of like back end coding that's causing an issue, but like who knows? Maybe Pango's coming to Canada.
Yeah, that's right. Because oh my gosh, because that's the one
It's
thing
not
that
in
Canada
Canada, yeah.
have. I wonder if that's not that intentional. Like April Fools, Canadian
I've had it
prices.
happen before. There was some other glitches tonight too. Like there was one that was like, this paperback book is £6. And I'm like, no, it's not.
You're like, no, it's not actually.
Maybe £1.
Yeah, or I've been really working out. Maybe that workout in
The
the
gym
gym
has been working.
Yeah.
Hello. Getting books is fun, but cataloging them for a monthly haul, not so fun. Yeah, that's always the worst part.
Mhm.
I was getting ready for bed and I forgot I had you on, so that was terrifying. At least it wasn't the cat.
Yeah, there we go.
46 pages. Gonna keep reading. Nice. I did not film the video I needed for tomorrow, but I might just do it live instead. Go for it. Love that. Still have only read 2 pages today. We have a last minute house guest arriving tomorrow, staying in a space we haven't cleaned in a while. That happens. I mean, it gets in the way of reading time sometimes. How rude of it. How rude. Was distracted, so I only read 13 pages. I have yet to file a complaint against someone. The only problem is the notification of when a thing sells. Listen, this just happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
I got a message on Saturday and was like, hey, just wondering when you were going to ship this. They bought it Tuesday. And I had never gotten a notification. And I felt so bad. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I'll send it out right now.
Yeah, you're like, oh, because I like to say, I'm like, hey, I'll send it within like 3 business days.
Yeah.
Where, yeah, I've noticed on Pango like once or twice now, where maybe it's because it's a notification. Like I have like an alert in case more titles, come out, and I'll click on it, and they'll be like, oh, more listings, and I'll click on a listing, and it'll say sold on it, and I'm like, why are you showing this to me?
Yeah, I don't know if there's just like something wrong with the app right now or what's going on, but like, yeah, I felt so bad.
Oh, hopefully the person was understanding that it wasn't like a you thing,
Yeah, no, she messaged back and was just like, that's okay. Like, I was like,
just wanted to check in.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But good news, I did sell some books. So that's exciting.
Already happening.
I know. I also got one of the Bluetooth label printers for them. Mostly I got it because I know that I'm going to have a lot of Etsy orders that are going to come in for a thing in June.
I wonder why.
And I was like, I am not handwriting those things. I bought this, but it works great for Pango too. And it's already paid for itself. So that's good.
Perfect.
Got to page 265. Thank you for hanging out with us. And yes, tomorrow you're hosting tomorrow? And
so
then
I'm hosting 12 p.m. Yes. And then, so you're 10 a.m. And then we're going until Brittany's time. And then we'll be on Brittany's. It's a long day, Tuesdays.
It's the long sprint day. Yes.
Indeed.
We love it.
Yeah, there, Glenda.
Yeah. I'll be in the comments because I gotta work.
It's work. I know Tuesdays are my day off, by the way, just so everyone knows. I'm not just like, woohoo, let's hang out. It's like that's my random day off.
I feel like I don't get notified. Sold the book on Friday. Didn't see anything about it till Sunday. Right? I wonder if there was because I believe this was the first time it had happened to me, or maybe it was just the first time I wasn't really paying attention because I hadn't posted anything in several weeks.
Yeah,
and so I wasn't really as active of like on the Pango, like on the site. And also I feel like the notifications get really lost because also if someone adds something to the cart, if someone puts it in a wish list, like you get notifications for all of those things. And so then on the like you sold a book is like just lost in all of those other notifications if you're not paying attention.
Yeah, that's true. Also, they might have been, doing new things, like, adding new features, and it's messing with everything else. So, yeah.
A thing in June, whatever could that be? Obviously Pride Month. Like, obviously.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes.
and also Jess and Eva's birthdays.
Obviously.
Obviously. Yeah. That's like the one complaint I have about the app. And it's a very small first world problem thing. So all right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. Go subscribe to Leandra if you're not already, but I don't know why you wouldn't be. And we'll see you guys all tomorrow on Leandra and Brittany's Sprints. Yes. All right.